on Runway DFW. Live from Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport in Texas, this is Runway DFW in color. Now, here is your host, Walt Zwerko.
Hey, that's me. Good morning, everyone. We are live at DFW Airport. Coming on unusually. We usually come on just a tad late. We're coming on just a little early this morning because on this Sunday, May 15th, 2022, we are going to start with what is always one of the highlights of our broadcast, and that is a Queen of the Skies. We've got a UPS flight, UPS cargo flight over here. It just has been pushed back, and I don't see a destination for it currently on my screen, but typically this morning flight, goes out to Louisville. And there it is. And now we're going to use our Queen theme to start the day on Runway DFW. Welcome in, everyone. Actually, didn't realize that music looped. I thought it was going to end. I'll have to change that. But anyway, there it is. And yes, indeed, Flight Radar 24 now confirms that this is headed to Louisville, which is the primary UPS cargo hub here in the USA. So glad you found us this morning. If you're new to the channel, welcome in. And if you're an old timer, we especially welcome you back. And if you are new, feel free to subscribe to our little shindig here. We're on the air at least a couple times a week, mostly from Dallas-Fort Worth International. We've done a little sidetracking here and there to Dallas Love Field and to Austin Bergstrom International Airport in Austin, Texas. And this program is brought to you by you. So if you'd like to contribute to our success, help us pay for our streaming expenses or a cup of coffee now and again, you can go to streamlabs.com/runwaydfw. Use PayPal or credit card to make a one-time contribution or to set yourself up for a monthly contribution. Even $1. Hey, if we got $1 from everybody who subscribes every month, I could quit my regular job and do this full time. So that's my goal. We hope you'll help us out. Otherwise, it's free. We don't have any levels or premiums or member content. It's just all for one, one for all here on Runway DFW. Ryan Paulding saying good morning to all. John Walton, Next Generation Music, looking forward to this. Are you still in Eastern Europe, John Walton, Next Generation Music? So in the foreground, an ambulance headed back to its bay. And there's the big turn for this big bird to get ready to blast off on runway 18 left here on Runway DFW on this Sunday, May 15th. And there you have it, UPS Flight 765, winging its way to Louisville, making the big left turn. So from our perspective, well, from the plane's perspective, it was taking off to the south, so now it's turning off towards the east for its journey of a couple of hours probably to Louisville. Alrighty then. And now the decks have been cleared, so to speak, as far as traffic goes. I've got my long-range radar here. I've got my short-range radar. Looks to be a couple of planes over on the east side of the airport preparing to take off, a Delta flight for Atlanta and an American flight for Miami. And for anybody who's new here, the airport is kind of split down the middle here at DFW Airport. We are on the west side, and we've got two primary north-south runways. And when the wind is blowing from the south, or in that general direction, we get to see the takeoffs right in front of us here on runway 18 left. There's also a 18 right where the landings typically occur. But over on the other side, there are three north-south parallel runways, 17 left, 17 center, and 17 right. And they typically, generally handle traffic from to and from easternmost destinations. So, for instance, most flights from LaGuardia or JFK or Atlanta or Miami wind up taking off or landing from the other side of the airport on the east side. But that's not a hard and fast rule, and as you just saw, the flight bound for Louisville, which is due east of here, or generally east of Dallas-Fort Worth, went out here on the west side. So exceptions are made. You're looking at the east tower here, the east control tower, and we always like to salute the men and women who man the radar screens in the control towers, because they've got a tough job and they do it well. Ryan Paulding wants to know, is there a China Airlines cargo on either long or short range? Well, let me expand my horizons out, but right now we're going to look at a Dreamliner coming in. This is American Airlines Flight 962 on its way, or not on its way, it's on its final approach from Sao Paulo, Brazil. A 9-hour and 47-minute journey. And it has arrived. What can we tell you about that aircraft? That's a 5-year-old 787-9. So kind of a spring chicken in aircraft terms, or commercial aircraft terms. I dare say we'll see a few 20th century aircraft before we close down for the morning. But let's see if we can answer that question about a China Airlines flight, shall we? Well, I can't, not seeing anything that looks like it's, oh wait. Okay, in about 2 hours and 47 minutes, we'll be seeing an Atlas Air 747 coming in from Anchorage, so that will be something to look forward to at, let's see, 2:47. I guess about 9:30-ish Central Time. So any day with two queens is always a good one here at Runway DFW. We don't see as many of the 747 variety here as some airports do. At this moment, we've got what looks to be an Alaska Airlines flight. Let's see. Yes. Be an Alaska 737. Max 9. And this one is headed to Seattle. It's Alaska Flight 287. And we've got it for you here on Runway DFW. And as we follow this along, you'll see a Delta Airlines flight behind it. Or next in line, I guess I should say. And it's that will be an A320 headed to Los Angeles. So it's just turn and go for this one. Alright, next on the docket here on runway 18 left is going to be Delta Flight 1325. This is your A320 variety, an A320-212. And what were we saying about 20th century aircraft? This one dates back to 1992. It's 29 years old. A golden oldie on Runway DFW. And now, once again, it's got a little quiet here at DFW Founders Plaza, which is our home at DFW International Airport. Founders Plaza is at the northwest corner of the airport. It's a place where anybody can come and hang out and watch airplanes come and go. Paul saying, good morning, Walt, and everyone from a damp and cold Somerset in the UK. I have to say, it's a very refreshing morning here at DFW. It's 73 degrees on our thermometer here at our broadcast center. But one reason I'm coming to you in the morning is because the forecast for later today is not quite as pleasant. I think we're going to be up in the 90s later today. And that might not be so hot for our, it might be very hot for our equipment. So we're going to see how the morning broadcast goes. But thank you for letting us know. Hope you're nice and warm and dry wherever you are. Paul? And Ryan was explaining why he was interested in the China Airlines cargo, because about 12 years ago he used to work in security on China cargo planes. That must have been an interesting occupation. So you're actually on the planes. If we zoom in a little bit, and you'll see the Founders Plaza monument there in the center of the screen, but in the background there you'll see a UPS MD-11. It had its marker lights flashing there for a second. Yeah, they're flashing. The cockpit door appears to be open. So I don't know if we're going to be seeing that going out this morning, but that would sure be nice. It's always nice to see a tri-jet taking off or landing. And if we pan over to the left a little bit, I'll have my director pan over the camera a little bit there. And there you'll see the American Airlines hangar, or one of them, and 3 other UPS cargo planes, none of which appears poised to depart. We have now passed sunrise here at DFW Airport. Well, we're not seeing the sunrise because there is kind of a cloud cover to the east of us. So So that's what we get to see. The next activity over here on the west side we're going to be looking at is an American Airlines flight from Oklahoma City, flight 2272. It's still, I can barely see it, if that is even it, on the radar right now, or no, with my eyeballs. Let me see if I can get it on the camera. Sometimes at this time of day, given the limitations of my camera, if we try to go in on something far away, it doesn't come into focus. Let's see if we've got enough light to do this. There it is. And yeah, the focus is kind of hunting. That's at our maximum focus level. It's a bit fuzzy. That's the flight coming in from Oklahoma City. I guess we'll hold off on that until it gets a little closer. There in the background, well, there's a bird. You're on TV, bird. The wind is picking up just a skosh. It seems to be coming more from the southeast than the south as it was when we got here. Lost our bird, but we have our plane. And it looks like we have an amoeba. All right, we'll stay wide until it gets a little closer. Seems like a million years ago when I told you this was coming in from Oklahoma City. So the world's second busiest airport, just a little quiet here on a Sunday morning at 6:40, just after daybreak. I expect things will warm up a bit. We welcome in Bill Caldum, and it's my recollection that he's coming to us from Arkansas, which is the state which neighbors Texas to the northeast. So welcome on in to you and everyone who's joining us our Sunday morning broadcast. We've got some early risers over here, a family checking out the planes. Speaking of planes, coming in from Detroit. That was American Flight 1108, 737-800. And as we were talking before, that kind of breaks the rule as to where flights are coming and going from. You would expect, and normally this flight, we see that on the east side of the airport. But today the flight controller said, hey, head over to that west side. We need a little more oomph on our ATC. Well, we are in luck today, this morning, folks, as we've seen a Queen take off, and now we are going to see at least the start of the journey of a Prince, the UPS MD-11. That has lit up. It's also going to Louisville. And this, we can't see it all in its full glory yet, but we will in a moment. It's being pushed back now. It's a 27-year-old aircraft, which is coming to us, which was built in March of 1995. Wait for that, we'll look at this Dreamliner, American Airlines. It's a 787-9. It has pulled out of the American Airlines hangar complex, all freshened up and ready to go on its next mission. So it's gonna truck on over to the terminal area for its next assignment. As we await the rollout of the MD-11, we're going to turn our attention to the northern sky, where we've got a flight, American Flight 1098, coming in from Kansas City. And this will be a 737-8, or 800, I should say. So we'll see how far we get with this before we keep an eye on that MD-11. Typically, with the MD-11, unlike the 747, it will be directed to go over to the east side for takeoff. Now, we've seen it work both ways, and perhaps on a Sunday morning, since there's not much going on over on this side, they'll just let it take off, but we can't get in the minds of the air traffic controllers. You see two dots of light there, one in the right center of your screen. That's the flight coming in from Kansas City, and behind it is another American Airlines flight 2563 coming in from Austin. That'll be an A321. The MD-11 is still getting disconnected from its tug. So we'll get back to that moments from now. This is the flight from Kansas City. The action is picking up here with Frontier Flight 507 in A320 off to the Mile High City in Denver, and there it is. What's that on its tail? And what was that on its tail? Why, that was Scout the Pine Martin. Scout the Pine Martin. Still got the MD-11 parked behind a wall there. We can't quite see it yet. Here comes the flight from Austin. Flight 2563, American Airlines. Coming in as the sun starts peeking through on Runway DFW. .649 is our time check here at DFW Airport. Got two flights on approach. First one is American Eagle flight from Lawton, Oklahoma. A CRJ 701ER. And that's just a 25-minute flight, or it has been so far. It'll be another couple of minutes tacked on before it taxis to the gate. And that'll be followed by American Airlines Flight 2266 coming in from San Antonio, Texas. Another not terribly long flight. So we should see both of them over here.
American Flight 266, we're on the edge of the 18 right.
Hearing the MD-11 engine spinning up behind me. Don't worry, we'll go to that. Here's the flight from Lawton, Oklahoma. Oklahoma being the state which is just to the north of Texas. And now the I'm sorry, I almost said DC-10. We did see a DC-10 in Austin a week or two ago. But this is the newer variant, the MD-11. And there aren't very many DC-10s flying around anymore, at least relatively speaking. The MD-11 can be differentiated because the planes look very similar. They have the same 3 engines set up in the same arrangement, but the MD-11s have the winglets. So the question now is whether this flight to Louisville will get to take off over here on the west side or not. Hope so. I've been told by people in the know that that third engine was not fun to work on because of its position. You have to get scaffolding to climb up there, and it does look like it's making the turn. I say we're gonna hear this one blast off right now on Runway DFW.
Our envoy, 4847, Michelle 137. 3847,
And as this one gets ready to take off, we'll be seeing American Airlines Flight 116 coming in from Maui. So maybe we'll get 2 heavies at once here on Runway DFW on this Sunday morning. And you hear behind me the 777 flight from Maui. There it is. So we've gotten some good action for you this morning so far. And here's that MD-11 on the same trajectory as the 747 we saw to start our broadcast. I have to say it's almost cold here this morning. I'm in a short sleeve shirt and shorts. I know it's going to get warmer. But right now it's 73 degrees with a Kind of an aggressive breeze going.
38.7, taxi Mike Bravo, hold short by 17 right.
Not seeing that on the radar. That I think is a UPS plane that pushed back while we were looking at other things. Say good morning to the cockpit crew. We get to hear a lot of engines from this position. DJ Jam Girl, welcome to Runway DFW. Bill Caldham noting that he's referring back, I believe, to the MD-11 we saw. They really have a steep climb out. Yeah, we've noticed that. Here it comes. It's on the move. Take the brakes off. I see on the radar we're about to see coming in an I see the word Anchorage on the radar, and I'm thinking, oh, it must be another cargo plane, because that seems to be all we get from Anchorage. But no, American Airlines does have a seasonal service to Anchorage, which started up, I think, a few weeks ago. And so we'll be seeing that coming in momentarily. We'll divert our attention. This, I believe, is a 757. N452UP. I guess it's, I don't think that one came in. I think it's repositioning itself here in the cargo bay, which may be why we're not seeing it on the radar. Well, here comes the flight from Anchorage, eclipsing the sun. And how long is a flight from Anchorage, you might ask, to DFW? Well, it says here 5 hours and 59 minutes. So it'll be just a little over 6 hours before it gets the jet bridge attached to it. It's getting busy here. Next up is a American Eagle flight 3706 coming in from Stillwater, Oklahoma. after a grueling 45-minute flight, but I kid. It's an Embraer 145. The next arrival for you on Runway DFW. A couple more regional flights coming in on the way. Actually, 3 more in the queue over here on this side of the airport. First of which will be American Eagle Flight 4917 from Corpus Christi, a CRJ 701. And then we'll have coming in from Waco, Texas. Behind it will be American Eagle Flight 3512. This is the one from Corpus Christi, which is on the Texas Gulf Coast. As you could see, as we were looking at that landing, the sun is kind of peeking out now from behind the clouds. And we do have another UPS cargo flight revving up. Now let's take a look at these parallel. You can see the parallel arrivals here on the east side. That one in the foreground there is coming in on 17 center, and the other one was coming in on 17 left. Here's the flight from, I believe it was Waco? Yes. Your Runway DFW team was in Waco just a week or so ago on our way to and from Austin. I stopped there to recharge our electric vehicle. John Kelly Grant, love this, so beautiful, thank you. It's fun to be out here in the morning. I mean, there are some things we miss by not being here in the afternoon on a day like this. It's another east side arrival with the hazy Dallas skyline behind it. And because of our location, we can't see the east side touchdowns or takeoffs. But we do get to peek at them every now and again as they duck behind buildings and parking structures and whatnot. This was a flight from Del Rio, Texas, we just saw, American Eagle, operated by Envoy Air, which is a subsidiary of American Airlines. And that was a 59-minute flight from Del Rio in Texas. Okay, so now, is this the same plane we saw before? Just kind of make a U-turn? I cannot tell you. This one's not on my radar. Let's see if we can... I think it's parking again. What? N452UP. I guess maybe they're just doing some parking practice. Yeah. All right, coming in from Abilene, another Texas outpost. This American Eagle flight. The number 145 after a flight of just 36 short minutes. K-Love 49, hello to you. I love airplanes and the sound of the engines. Breezy is with us. He's a regular here at Runway DFW. Good morning, everyone. Just woke up. It is a little early, I guess, depending on where you are located. And Ryan Paulding poses the question, Walt, what's your favorite aircraft? Mine are the A380 and 737, 787, 747, but also love the ERJ 170s and 75s, etc. Boy, that's... you like a lot. I think I tend to gravitate toward the 747 as my favorite aircraft. It's just such a treat to look at. I mean, it's so different than any other aircraft, or commercial aircraft, I should say, I guess. So distinctive, I should say. There'll never be another one like it, and you know, unfortunately, it's becoming harder and harder to travel on one. I've never been on a 747. I would love to get aboard one before they go away as passenger aircraft. I think we'll be seeing them for at least a decade or two more as cargo planes, and we do see our share of them. We don't see any 747 passenger planes coming into or out of here. Who even flies them anymore? Lufthansa and Korean Air and Singapore, I think. Maybe a couple of others. That was American Eagle Flight 3500 coming in from Garden City. And I always keep meaning to look up where is Garden City? There's a FedEx cargo plane taking off from the east side. Most of their arrivals and departures are on the east side because their cargo facility is over there. That's a 767 headed to the FedEx main primary U.S. cargo hub in Memphis. And here we have the parade of runway inspection vehicles. as American Flight 1576 lines up to take off to Los Cabos in Mexico. So I don't know if the inspections are looking at, this plane is lining up to take off on 18 left, which is where the takeoffs occur, generally speaking, with few exceptions, on this side of the airport. So maybe the inspection vehicles are there to check things out as soon as this one leaves, or maybe this one's going to have to wait there for a while. This one, you'll notice the livery is a little different. It's a Sky West. That's a CRJ 701ER that's coming in from Monroe, Louisiana. I think it's Louisiana. It's a 54-minute flight. So here's the flight to Los Cabos. Where do all those ground vehicles go? I don't see them anymore. Disappeared into an underground lair. Cameron Thornburg is clarifying Garden City, Kansas, not too far from where Cameron lives. Not too much there, though. Oh, don't diminish Garden City, Kansas. It sounds like a nice place, doesn't it? Kansas City. Oh, now I see all the ground operations vehicles over here on this side, away from the two primary runways over here, so they may have completed their work, their important work. Here comes a flight from College Station, Texas, American Eagle. College Station, the home of the Texas A&M Fighting Aggies. And now an aircraft which we have only seen recently, since we've started at DFW last October, started broadcasting. This is Sun Country. And this is headed to Cancun in Mexico. It's a 20-year-old 737-8. As I always say, I always do a double take when I see these because, you know, at a glance, the livery appears similar, not exactly, but similar to Southwest Airlines, which we don't see at all here at DFW Airport. So we get the sun glinting off the fuselage of Sun Country. They must have been fully loaded because they took up a good chunk of that 2-mile long runway. As this flight, am I looking at the right thing? My radar says this is weird. It says American Eagle Flight 3157, operated by SkyWest, 701, CRJ 701ER, but it says Delta connection on it. That flight is American Eagle 3042, CRJ 701 coming in from Harlingen, Texas, in the southern part of this big state. Moment of quietude here. There's another American jet emerging from the hangar area. Dodger 2020, saying the guy behind you in the white SUV is blaring his music. It's a bit annoying. Luckily the plane's covered it up. I have a plan in case we do get some. Oh, okay, I think I know what's going on. Ryan was agreeing with me that every time I see a Sun Country, I think, since when did Southwest fly into DFW? They are similar. I'm sure the colors are not exactly the same, but again, at a glance, that's what I think of. Well, my friends, we're seeing a flight coming in from Killeen. A 35-minute flight from Killeen. Killeen is also in Texas. It's another SkyWest aircraft operating on behalf of your pals at American Eagle. And we've got another treat for you this morning. Because we're about to see the sky blue of Korean Air Cargo Flight 256. It's going to be headed to Anchorage, and you'll get to see it take off right here on Runway DFW. Oh, no you won't, because you're not seeing anything right now, are you? We've lost our connection. Hold on there. Hang on, everyone. Well, this is not good. Oh, I know what happened. I know what happened. Sorry about that. You should see your picture here in a second. There it is. What happened was... yes, color bars. I accidentally hit the record button on my camera, and what that does is it switches off the feed that goes out to you. So I apologize for that. We're back, and we are awaiting, coming out from behind those buildings over there, we should be seeing the distinctive colors of Korean Air Cargo Flight 256. It's going to be a Boeing 747-8, just 9 years old. Yes, the Pepsi plane is headed our way. In the meanwhile, as we wait for that, we've got American Airlines Flight 431 on its way to Phoenix, Arizona, in A321. Taking off here on Runway DFW. Still not seeing the emergence of the Korean Air Cargo flight, so we'll check out this yellow Spirit Bird, Flight 207, an A320, headed to Sin City in Las Vegas.
Park, 18 left, switch, take off for 207. Mike Bravo will put it over 17 right. Bravo will put it over right. Departure for section 657. Delta 1662, we need to about 30 seconds. 1662, we need about 30 seconds. Still want to line up and wait. Ready, hold short of 18 left, Delta 1662.
We have Delta Flight 1662 on its way to the Twin Cities of Minneapolis-St. Paul. There you have an A319. A 19-year-old aircraft. If you're grooving to what you're seeing, I hope you'll consider leaving us a contribution for your favorite DFW airport channel, Runway DFW. You go to streamlabs.com/runwaydfw. Make a one-time or a continuing contribution. And now we don't have any special perks or badges or anything like that. Special content. Everyone gets the same stuff, but it would help us with our streaming expenses, which are not unsubstantial. And there's Delta off to Minneapolis-St. Paul.
Contact regional departure, Southwest 2807 today.
Another Frontier aircraft, our second of the morning.
Good day, Delta 1662.
This one's also headed to Las Vegas. We just saw who was going to Las Vegas earlier. I've lost track. But this A320
Tower shuttle 5820s on the visual.
with Cortez the Green Turtle livery. I don't think I've seen Cortez the Green Turtle before.
17 center shuttle 50 D20.
There he is.
Mike Bravo, hold for runway 17 right. Mike Bravo, short 17 right.
Making a snappy U-turn here. sun is now fully out from behind the clouds. If you just joined us, welcome. We are awaiting the emergence of a Korean Air cargo flight to Anchorage, which will be coming out in that approximate direction. Good morning to you, Ken G. Yeah, that is not the Korean Air cargo plane. It's an American, looks like a A319 headed over to the terminal area, coming from the American hangar. Ryan letting us know that he worked on a bunch of security, Korean cargo and EVA Air cargo planes, but mainly China cargo. Ah, here we go. That's our Queen theme. I remembered that this time that that theme was on a loop, and I wanted to keep it from doing that. So this is our second Queen of the day. Our first was a UPS cargo flight off to Louisville. And this one's going to be headed to Anchorage, Alaska, on the long journey to the Far East. See, it's a little bit hazy behind. We've got good visibility to where that plane is, but a little bit hazy this morning beyond that.
Down there, so 5757, 17 Central. Good morning, 1140, control by 17 Yankee, course on a 18 right and 4 shot 18 left. Koreania 25. Tower Koreania 25. Still 6 departure,
So we were talking earlier about my favorite plane. I don't know that there could be any other than this. I've only seen an A380 a couple of times, and that's certainly impressive, that aircraft. I don't know, there's just this. I don't know, what can you say? Maybe because it's been around for 50 plus years, it seems maybe a little dated. But I don't know. I'm a fan. There's those Pepsi symbols on the on the engines and on the tail, of course. Gotta be honest, though, I'm not a Pepsi person. I'm one of those people, you go to a restaurant and I ask for a Coca-Cola and they say, oh, I'm sorry, we only serve Pepsi. Is that all right? I'm the one who says no. So there goes the Runway DFW sponsorship opportunity for the Pepsi-Cola company. So here we go, our second Queen takeoff of the morning on Runway DFW. Taking off from the short position.
Good morning, American 2823, visual 177. 23 to the good morning, 1140, runway 177, good left. 177, American 28. Barker, over 40. Tower Southwest, 1014, left stage, visual 13 left. Joker at 256. Good morning.
Almost seemed like everything else at the airport stopped as this plane took off. screen so big that no matter how far away it gets, you can still see it.
Yeah, that's what I've heard.
Yeah, we're talking about just a moment ago about the A380, which we don't currently see here at DFW, but as of July 1st, British Airways will be making the London to DFW run with one of their A380s. And we plan to be here on that day, which I believe, I know it's a weekend, I can't remember if it's a Saturday or a Sunday, July 1st, but we plan to be here. And we hope you'll join us for that occasion. Michelle RS has welcomed a new subscriber to Runway DFW. I didn't see that one come in, but whoever you are, welcome. Yeah, I don't get to see the, I'm looking at my viewfinder most of the time, and so I don't always get to see what you guys are seeing exactly, which is why if we go to color bars sometimes and you're saying, what's he talking about? Why isn't he dealing with that? That would be the reason, because I'm not looking at this screen. Now Kenji is saying Luffy, which I think he means Lufty, or Lufthansa, might be flying 747 service to DFW. Well, if they are, I would welcome that with open arms. I know that obviously Lufthansa is one of the few remaining airlines that does fly the 747 passenger service. They fly to LAX, I know, in this country. Maybe to Miami, I'm not sure. I think they do fly to Miami. But they've been flying into DFW recently with their A340s, which is a nice aircraft to see. I remember the first time I saw that one, and I wasn't really paying that much attention to aircraft at that time. I saw one in the air and I thought, what is that? I said, I know it's not a 747 because it's got 4 engines, and I know it's not a 707 or a DC-8, which don't fly passenger service anymore.
397 Philly.
So that was kind of my introduction to the
Fuel here. Just want to get hold of you guys.
A340.
Release is almost done, but new release number is 30.0. I'm sorry, 30.1. 30.1, thank you.
So if anyone has more information about Lufthansa flying its 747s to Dallas-Fort Worth, let me know. I would welcome that information. I keep a pretty good track of things. There is a very nice website called DFW Tower, which I recommend to anybody who is interested in DFW airport activities. DFW Tower keeps track of where of new routes and changes to schedules and things like that. And so I haven't seen it there, and I haven't seen it on my other sources, so give me a shout out if you know. Somebody said, wow, is that a Continental tail? Yeah, it's a Continental tail. It's United Airlines plane coming over to this side of the airport. That's flight 2371, headed to San Francisco. That's the same flight number my son left on a few days back, earlier this week. Was it this week? Time is blending into itself. I think it was on Tuesday of this week he left to go back to Seoul, where he lives and works. And while there are non-stop flights from here to Seoul, he was a little budget conscious and found a flight which made a connection at SFO. So this flight has been, or this aircraft, this A319, has been taxiing for quite a while now, because it's coming to us from the Terminal E on the southeast side of the airport, and we're on the northwest side of the airport. So the passengers are probably at this point saying, are we ever going to take off? And yes, you are, very shortly. This is a 20-year-old aircraft. And it's about to take off on runway 18 left here at Runway DFW. Ken is saying, looks like Lufthansa will be beginning flights in October 2022, starting at only $869. My goodness, I may have to book myself a ticket. I haven't been really anywhere since I made a flight to Seoul to see my son in 2016, I think. It's been a while since I've been up in the air. Seen a lot of aircraft. Haven't been on one recently. And there you see the Japan Airlines Dreamliner that's now taxiing out for takeoff to Tokyo. Shortly before we came on the air, we saw the arrival of a Japan Airlines flight. I don't know if it's the same one or if they've got... I know they have been flying multiple flights daily here.
Regional parking, 2371, y'all look at that. 4540 visual, 17 center, 140 via the sky morning, wind 150 with 11, runway 17 center, clear.
That's a 2-year-old Dreamliner.
4540.
Going to be going to Narita Airport, one of the two main airports in the Tokyo metropolitan area. We finally got some action coming in here. It's American Airlines Flight 1595 from Austin. Austin, of course, is the capital of our great state of Texas. And if you have some extra time, check out our coverage of Austin Bergstrom International Airport from a couple of weeks ago. Kenneth Epps is saying, I know DFW used to be the connecting point on the Frankfurt to Mexico City route. I remember that. I remember seeing those Lufthansa 747s on that route. They'd fly into Dallas, discharge passengers, make connections, and then fly on to Mexico City, and then come back the other way. It seems like that was a long time ago, though. But yeah, it'd be nice to get a ride on that, their version, the 747 Intercontinental, which is a fairly recent version of the classic Queen. It looks pretty cool too. So yeah, I've never been on a 747, I've never been on a Dreamliner, never been on an A380, been on 777, been on an L1011, been on a DC-10, been on a DC-8, been on a Boeing 720, look that one up. I've been on a BAC 111. So many planes, so little time. Looks like a roll and go.
Back ground point 65. Lima, cross 17 right, left 165, next 26, 42 seconds. Extra departure pushing Yankee, current altitude 3200 air. So maintain the 7 runway 17 right, short line of weight. Hey, 17 right, line of weight, clear to maintain.
Well, the sun is going up in the sky. That means I gotta get my gigantic floppy hat out of the car. And maybe a little water, because my voice is getting a little scratchy. So, hang on, and we'll be right back on Runway DFW.
017 right, clear for takeoff, clear to maintain.
Like what you see? Buy us a cup of coffee or help with streaming expenses by leaving a tip at streamlabs.com/runwaydfw. Live from Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport in Texas, this is Runway DFW, in color. Now, Here is your host, Waltz Worko.
Okay, we're back from a little bit of a hydration break and a hat putting on. And I don't think we missed anything while we were away. So thanks for hanging out with us and putting up with that little break. Welcome to all of you in our chat room. We are so glad to have you all with us watching or chatting away. We're going to look at a flight coming in from LaGuardia Airport in New York
Good day. Enjoy the weather.
on the east side. It's American Flight 1597. As it passes the radar tower.
123 on atmosphere, runway 17 right short, clear for takeoff. Alright, clear for takeoff, Delta 2103 on atmosphere.
That's about all we can see of that. It's climbed up to a blistering 75 degrees here, although I think we're in for a very, very hot day in North Texas. Sorry for that noise. I'm trying to make sure the microphone's pointed in the right direction. Well, as they say here in Texas, tain't nothing going on over on this side of the airport. I don't see anything coming in. Maybe we need to have an extended dance mix. I don't know. What else can we look at? Well, we can always go give you a traffic report. And I have to say, traffic on Highway 121 is looking very, very nice right now. No delays, no impediments, just cars and trucks going back and forth. See if I can do this. Check out our flags. We have the Fort Worth, Dallas, Texas, and American flags over here at half staff, I think because of the, in tribute to the victims of COVID-19, now reaching 1 million or more in this country. But the wind is pretty brisk from the south, almost due south, I would say. And we are at DFW Airport Plaza. No, DFW Founders Plaza.
Iron clear for takeoff, 18 left, American 524.
And we have American Flight 524, as you might have heard there. Ready for takeoff from runway 18 left, which is the one right in front of us. This one's going to Los Angeles. It's an A321. About to make the big U-turn. And I just kicked my tripod. Sorry about that. so now I got to check my tripod to make sure I didn't unbalance it. So I have to tilt it down so I can look at the little level here as you look at my audio section there. Just gonna do a little bit of leveling here. Stand by. I'll make sure our horizon stays nice and even.
524 departure.
Okay.
13 left. Clear to land, 13 left. Stop, but 312.
I'm awaiting the next arrival, which looks like it's coming in. On this side, on runway 18 right. It is American Airlines flight 2263, an A319 from Silao. Still a little ways out there. Silao in central Mexico. That's all we see happening over on this side right now, so hang in there with us on Runway DFW. Craig letting us know that the daily flight from, I think it's a daily flight, Dreamliner flight from Sydney is just 7 hours and 27 minutes away. I probably won't be here for that today. And Mark is asking why the flags are at half staff. I learned in journalism school half mast is only on a ship, so it's half staff, technically. And I believe, I don't know for sure, I believe it's due to recognition of the fact that there have now been 1 million deaths in America related to COVID-19. This seems to be the time of the morning when we get a lot of flights coming and going to Mexico. The next arrival is going to be American Eagle Flight 3687 coming in from Aguascalientes in Mexico. And this will be an Embraer 175. And again, we do have these lulls occasionally, even at the world's second busiest airport. Might have something to do also with that it's a Sunday morning and perhaps it's not as busy as a weekday or maybe even a Saturday. It does pick up later in the afternoon, I know, because I've been here on a Sunday afternoon. And one reason we're coming to in the morning again is because it's going to get brutally hot here today. And we're trying to keep our equipment cool, but we'll be here for any special occasions that might pop up if they're in the heat of the day. And I'm working to figure out a way to kind of make my gear a little more heat resistant. I'm still looking for, oh here, I see it now. It's a little further out than I thought.
South of 1430, turning over to 8.
I was meant to click on that from Fareed. And hello back to you, Fareed. Thank you for hanging out with us this morning. Patrick is saying today's going to be miserable in DFW, weather-wise, and
537 visual, 18 right.
yeah, I can say hello to you too, Hugo. There's a lot going on when you're trying to click on things and then things scroll, and then I didn't mean to dismiss your greetings, but since you were saying it to someone else. Yeah, it's up to 75 degrees here at DFW. Michelle RS saying, I will take 66 degrees, which I'm taking is where it is where you are, which sounds very nice. Almost a little cold, actually. But this is very pleasant right now. I mean, between the wind and the very pleasant kind of San Diego-like air temperature, it's not a bad place to be at all. Just wish there was a little more action to show you at this moment. We have another, I believe this is a Frontier, yeah, Frontier Airlines. So we have another tail to examine. What is that you say? That is Verde, the resplendent Quetzal. And I have to say, I've not seen that tail before. We don't get a very good view of it today because from our position it's backlit. Did I even say where this plane is going? No, Walt, you didn't. This is going to Chicago Midway Airport. I believe this is the only... I've not seen any American Airlines flights to Midway. It's maybe the only Midway service to and from DFW. I know this started up recently. So off to the Windy City goes this A320 on Runway DFW. As we welcome an American Airlines flight coming in from El Paso, Texas, which you'll see in the foreground momentarily. That being Flight 537 in Airbus 321. Always nice when we get some simultaneous action on the runways here. Delta Flight 2444 is now moving up to the starting gate. This A320 is getting ready to blast off for Salt Lake City. Once upon a time, the home of yours truly for 1 year.
2444, ready to take off. Delta Mike to the village left. Left clear for takeoff. My final on the flight.
We've got another simultaneous takeoff and landing here as we see an American Airlines flight coming in from San Luis Potosi in Mexico. We're about to see another Japan Airlines aircraft. This will be another Dreamliner 787-9. This is coming in from Narita Airport in Tokyo on Runway DFW.
Crossing that one and left, 485.
Ms. Wolves 13, I won't. Hope you are good. I am good. This is a good morning. We've had a good morning so far. Plagued by only one own goal when I hit the record button on my camera when we went to color bars, but I think we're doing okay otherwise. I'm good. The weather's nice. Micah Walquist saying thanks. I've been wanting live plane spotting in Texas, and you know what, Micah? That is why I started doing this, because I started looking for that too. I was so fascinated by watching the other big channels and wondering who's doing it from the world's second busiest airport, DFW, and I couldn't find that person. There are people who do take some nice video shots from here and then put them up later as a compilation. That's always nice to watch, but I didn't see anybody doing it live, and so I thought I'd give it a try because I've got TV in my background. So Atlanta Spotter saying good morning from Atlanta. I know Atlanta is back to #1 in passenger traffic. Where's DFW ranked? Well, I think I just said that. This is the second busiest airport in the world after Atlanta. I don't always say Atlanta's #1. I always say we're #2. But and yes, Fareed confirms, at least according to the latest statistics, and these will come and go, but DFW is #2, I think, as of March or April. And Patrick saying, don't forget the lunar eclipse tonight. Was that? I thought it was last night. Now, I went to bed too early to see it. I thought it was last night, but I didn't see it. Coming in from Guadalajara is American Airlines flight 1034, Guadalajara in Mexico. That would be a 737-800 making its arrival. A bunch of planes lined up to come on in, including our next arrival. Still a little ways off. It's American Flight 2612 from the Mile High City in Denver. It'll be an A321. It's off in the distance. Let's see if we can pick it up with our gigantic zoom lens. Bouncy. I'm a little bouncy, not the plane. There's the flight from Denver. Next up is American Airlines Flight 1066 from Mexico City. And if I'm not mistaken, that's another mile-high city. Well, we're up to 76 degrees here. It's climbing steadily. The wind still mitigating any heat, at least at this time of day. I think this is going to be our second Alaska Airlines flight of the day, and I think the second one to Atlanta, to Seattle, if I'm not mistaken. This is Alaska Airlines Flight 756, 737-9. (737-990 ER). So it's ready to go on a long trip. Here behind me, American Airlines Flight 1750 from Cancun. Now coming in. Let's see if we can get this one lifting off and then that one landing. Just kind of missed that one touching down. That departure was flight 2853 American Airlines to Los Angeles, an A321. Stepping up to the plate now is American Airlines flight 2872. Headed to Santa Ana, California, Southern California, John Wayne Airport. The Duke. And about to arrive is American Airlines flight 2487. Coming in from Kansas City, Missouri. So, business picking up here a little bit as we approach the 9 o'clock hour. Well, still kind of more like the 8:30 hour, but Central U.S. time. So we get some twin action here as we get the Kansas City flight coming in and this one going out. Ready for takeoff now is American Airlines flight 3515. This is actually American Eagle flight 3515. It's a Embraer 175. It's headed to Monterrey in Mexico. Firmo Marques. Hi there, DFW. Greetings from Curacao. I don't think we've ever had a viewer chime in from Curacao. So nice to have you with us on Runway DFW. There's at least one YouTuber who has kind of specializes in Caribbean airports, and there are a lot of fascinating ones in that part of the world. Some with very challenging takeoff and landing procedures. I wish I could remember which channel I've been watching. But you'll find it if you look for it, I think. I think the last one I saw was from the airport on St. Martin. Which seems to have a very limited runway space.
Good morning, runway 3733, visual 1 inlet.
American Eagle flight from Grand Island. I believe that's Nebraska. Coming in as this one goes out. Here goes American Airlines Flight 2720 off to Tucson, Arizona, in A321. Right here on Runway DFW. BJ Mom says, good morning from Carlisle, Iowa. I love the couple of live streams from Austin. It's one of my favorite airports to visit. I liked it too, BJ, and I would like very much to go back. American Eagle flight from Monterey coming in is on top of there. There it goes. It's an Embraer 175. We'll see it touching down there. Okay, and then we'll go back to this other one and see if we can... Did I miss it? I think I did. There it is. Sorry, folks. It's getting to the part of the day when it's hard to see or it becomes increasingly difficult to see what's happening on the little 2-inch viewfinder that my camera has. But yes, as we approach the 9 o'clock hour, it does tend to get a little more takeoff heavy here. As you can see, we've got several aircraft lined up, but those are behind this one, which is taking off. going to turn our attention to another arrival now. This is a Dreamliner coming in from Honolulu. So we say aloha to American Airlines Flight 102. Coming on in from Honolulu. Getting busy now. It's hard to tell these planes that are departing now. You can see the parade of planes going there. Even with a scorecard, it's hard to tell. Looks like this one's first online. This is a Mesa Airlines operating as American Eagle. Flight 5838. CRJ 901 or 900 ER. On its way to Midland, Texas, which is in West Texas. Another regional flight coming in at the same time. An A319 belonging to American Airlines is poised and in position. This one's going back to Silao in Mexico, central Mexico. It's flight 1263. American Airlines Flight 3223 coming in from Durango, Colorado. This is American Eagle Flight 3106. And where is it going? San Angelo, Texas. It's more parallel runway or parallel arrivals over on the east side. Yeah, what have we got coming in here? Got an American Eagle flight coming in from Champaign, Illinois, right there. See if we can pick out what's coming up over here. I believe this is going to be American Flight 389. It's a 737-800. It's on its way to Mexico City. Okay. Beach Lad, hello from Guernsey in the Channel Islands of the UK. Just discovered your channel today and added it to my aviation favorites already. And I can tell you're from the UK because of the way you spelled favorites. Welcome to you, Beach Lad. Happy to have you on board. Coming in from Tucson is American Airlines Flight 2193. Airbus A321. I've read about the Channel Islands and I've watched videos about them. In fact, I'm a big fan of All the Stations Railroad series. And I believe they've been to at least some of the Channel Islands Jeff has. If you like railroad stuff, that's pretty great. I've only been to the UK twice, and it's been to London and then along the south coast, riding the rails to Penzance, and then over to St. Ives. I love that country, and I'd really like to do more exploration on the rail there, including a stop in the at least a couple of stops in the Channel Islands. On approach now is American Eagle Flight 3127 coming in from Santa Fe, New Mexico, an Embraer a CRJ 701. Here it comes now. Follow it in. Here goes the flight to Tucson. it's times like this, I'm pretty sure I wouldn't be able to be a flight controller, because when you look at this volume of planes coming in and out. Good on you, flight controllers. Being from Pittsburgh, we don't usually see Pittsburgh flights here, and I just saw a water cannon salute. I don't know the reason for that. Often it involves a retiring pilot or a retiring aircraft. But whatever that is for, congratulations. Can't quite make out what that aircraft is. Too far away to see the end number. And we've got a pile up here on the north end of runway 18 left. Not a pile up in terms of things bumping in, planes bumping into one another, but just planes getting ready to take off. I'm seeing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, I believe, are in the queue. And this one's coming in from Laredo in Texas. That one there. And I missed the regional jet that's now taking off. Sorry about that. I'm trying to determine which of these multiple aircraft is going to get first dibs on the runway. It looks like this little guy won the lottery. Don't have a destination for that one. This American Airlines flight 1924 coming in from Querétaro in Mexico. A319 touching down. As this flight to San Diego is on the way. American Flight 2743 to San Diego. Got another United jet bellying up to the takeoff bar, but it's going in the wrong direction at this point. Coming in from Palm Beach, Florida, American Airlines Flight 12:20. And so now we're back to the guessing game up here at runway 18 left. Who's going to get the nod? Oh. See, I didn't even see that one. Kind of hiding amongst the larger aircraft. I see a fire truck in the foreground there momentarily. Well, to be honest, I've not seen a plane coming in from Key West before in my 6 months here at the airport. But this one is flight 1658, an A319 coming in from the southernmost tip of the United States continent. I remember driving past that airport on a driving trip to Key West. I seem to recall seeing Southwest Airlines planes there. I don't know that I remember seeing American Airlines planes there, although I didn't stop at the airport, I was just driving by. That one, which kind of went out of focus there as we left, is going to Santa Ana, flight 2114, American Airlines, John Wayne Airport in the Los Angeles area. Here comes American flight 1214 from Salt Lake City, Utah. It's around this time of the morning you realize, yeah, this probably is the world's second busiest airport. I mean, we're only looking at half of it. They're on the west side. I thought I heard a plane revving up. Let's get a little closer look there. We've got that United plane. That's probably the next one to go. That is American Eagle Flight 3174. It's on its way to Corpus Christi on the Texas Gulf Coast. The Mitsubishi CRJ 701ER. That gray kind of blends in with everything else over there. I thought I saw me a Contour Airlines livery over there. Is that it? Yep. Can't remember where they fly to. Another American Airlines offering right here. There it is. SkyWest Airlines coming in from Roswell, New Mexico there.
Right clear for takeoff, 18 left, mark out to Larry. Oh, wait, 3537.
Clear for takeoff, American 1811.
Here, American 1811. It's kind of like being at center court of a ping pong match. Whoa. Kind of gave the suspension a jolt there. That flight's coming in from, I want to say, Washington National Airport. And, you know, it's one of those things, we don't generally see the Washington National or any Eastern airports landing here. So somebody taking off there. There it is. So much to see a little after 9 o'clock in the morning. Still got a bit of a traffic jam here on the north side. Seen a lot of regional flights going out. Got an American Airlines flight from Colorado Springs now approaching. Don't even have a second to breathe. And we talked a little earlier about Atlas Air and their 747 cargo, and we're about to see it arrive here on Runway DFW. There it is. There's our Queen theme as we welcome on in this flight from Anchorage, Alaska. So I don't know what our record is here on Runway DFW. But we've now had 3 747s on this broadcast, starting with a UPS taking off for Louisville. And then we had a Korean Air cargo making its way to Anchorage. And now this one, a Boeing 747-47U, a 20-year-old model belonging to Atlas Air. Atlas Air later this year is expected to get the final 2 examples of Boeing's 747 production as they close down that assembly line after more than 50 years of production. We should see this go below a ridge. I think it will turn towards us one more time before it then makes another right-hand turn into the cargo zone. Patrick McGlone pointing out the 747 produced for 50 years. The A380 barely made it to 10. All hail the Queen. So it's coming at us right now, should be making a right-hand turn, or a left-hand turn, actually. Right will be turning right to us. John Franco with a shout out to our boys and gals in the U.S. Air Force still flying the KC-135, which is a variant of the Boeing 707. It's another plane I've never been on, 707, although I was on a 720 as a child, I should say, on a flight from New York to Orlando, Florida, with my parents. I've been trying to remember what airline it was. I think it was Eastern. 720 was kind of a short body version of the, a more medium range variant of the 707. I've told this story before. I remember looking at the information card on the flight and being disappointed that I wasn't on a 707, because I'd heard of a 707 as a child. I'd never heard of a 720. There's some more parallel arrivals here on the east side. Momentarily, you had 3 planes landing at once. What have we got going over here? Kind of lost track of everything that's taking off here. N. I can't read that tail number on my little screen. It's an American Eagle Ember 175. I believe that's coming in from Evansville, Indiana. After an hour and 45 minutes in the air. American Flight 1857 going out to Austin, Texas, the state capital. That A319 was American Airlines Flight 2378 coming in from Houston Intercontinental Airport in Texas. I'm almost out of breath. I think we're close to clearing up our traffic jam up here on the north side of the west side of DFW Airport.
Tower show 57, 56. Well, short of 1-8 left. Promise resolved. We're ready to go. Call sign was blocked. Take it, please.
Patrick McGlone noting that Delta still flies the 717, which is the Boeing variant of the DC-9 MD-80 that they inherited. And we did get to see that. That doesn't fly into DFW, but they do. Delta does fly that on its occasional flights into Dallas Love Field. So when we were at Dallas Love Field, we did get to see a 717. John Franco saying, I had my first 717 ride in 2019, the last leg of a long itinerary from South Korea, Minneapolis to Nashville. Yeah, that is a long flight. Well, 717 I think is another aircraft which is not going to be around much longer. I believe it's flown. The other hotspots for the 717 are in Hawaii. I think it's Hawaiian Airlines or maybe one of the other carriers in Hawaii that flies that on inter-island flights. And then it's also, you see it occasionally coming up on the streams from down under, from Sid Squad. And is it Virgin Australia that flies it down there? I can't remember. Or maybe Qantas Link or Qantas. But yeah, 717, another aircraft which is not long for this world. And what you're seeing here, making the big turn, is an American Dreamliner on its way to Honolulu. Flight 123. And anyone who's new to Runway DFW, first of all, welcome. We're glad to have you with us. And second of all, you're probably wondering why are there so many American Airlines jets here? What's up with that? And the simple answer is that American is the biggest carrier by far at DFW Airport. Here comes an A321 from Las Vegas. American Flight 2649. Well, anyway, American has its headquarters here in the area, and technically in Fort Worth, just south of the airport. And we have 5 terminals here at DFW Airport. American has exclusive use of 3 of them, but then they also have a presence in the other 2. The other 2 are the international terminal, which is open to other airlines, and also the Terminal E, which is the domestic terminal for airlines other than American. So if you're on a United plane coming into DFW, chances are you'll wind up at, well, you will wind up at either Terminal E or D. D, the international terminal, E, the other terminal. Right, it's about time to catch my breath here. Let us do that. Let us take a pause in the action. So I think it's time for station identification here on the Runway DFW YouTube network.
Live from Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport in Texas, this is Runway DFW, in color. Now, here is your host, Walt Zwerko.
Ouch. I hit my head on the tripod arm. Sorry about that, folks. Well, hello, my name is Walt. It is 9:28 Central Daylight Time, according to Flip Clock 79, and you're watching Runway DFW. Happy to be with you. We've been here since 6:15, and we'll go for a little while longer, I think, as long as there's some things to see and it doesn't get too hot here. And this is a reminder that Runway DFW is brought to you by you.
Like what you see? Buy us a cup of coffee or help with streaming expenses by leaving a tip at streamlabs.com/runwaydfw.
Okay, had a little hydration break. I hope you will take that little promotional message to heart, because we love doing this. It just costs money. It is Sunday, May 15th, 2022, and you are watching Runway DFW live, and happy to be here with y'all. Shannon Day is asking what would be a good contact email for me, and we do have an email address. I thought I had it here on the graphics, but I don't. It's simple though. It's runwaydfw@gmail.com. runwaydfw@gmail.com. So if you have any information to provide us with, we'd be happy to hear from you right here. We've got Adam Serena checking in with information about the 717, the Boeing 717. It's the, as we said before, it's kind of the Boeing variant of what started out as a DC-9 and then went on to be an MD-80 before Boeing got a hold of it. And Adam says Qantas has a small fleet of 717s for their domestic operations. Looks like we've got a Mesa Air. Is this right? No, sorry, SkyWest. Whenever I hear the words, the name SkyWest, I always think of Sky King, which has a as a tot I used to watch on black and white television. It was a TV show. It was a Western. It was like an aviation-themed Western. Sky King operated he had a twin-engine, I don't know what kind of plane it was a twin-engine aircraft. And, you know, he was out in West Texas or somewhere out in the western U.S., and he'd use his airplane to go fly around and rescue people and do good deeds and errands, as I recall. And I remember the opening of the show was something like, "Out of the blue of the western sky, Sky King." That's about all I can remember. I haven't seen it. It's probably on cable or on some sub-channel somewhere. I'd be interested to see that. Sky King. It's probably on YouTube somewhere. I think this is American Flight 2019 to San Francisco. Yes, it is. This next up is going to be American Flight 1812. I always want to say the word overture when I hear the number 1912. This 737-800 is on its way to Colorado Springs in the great state of Colorado. Our next departure is American Airlines Flight 1365 to El Paso in far west Texas, which we like to point out is one of the few places in Texas with in a different time zone. It's in the mountain time zone. Just that little notch out of West Texas is. Here's MR Rice with some information about Sky King. Cessna T-50. The show was based in California, so I had that wrong. And he says, later in Sky King they use a Cessna 310B or C model. And Adam is checking in. Yes, Sky King has some episodes on YouTube. Your Sunday evening's entertainment is sorted. I'll have to check that out, because I don't think about it if I'm not here, and then I get home and so many things to watch on YouTube. We're getting a happy Sunday greeting from Joshua LeClaire. Thank you, Joshua. Yeah, as I recall, Sky King was one of those shows on Saturday mornings. I want to say it was on CBS, the American Television Network, but I think it had originally been independently produced and syndicated. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see how they incorporated aircraft into that show. And I always thought, you know, obviously it was filmed, Sky King was filmed in California, where all television was, or all filmed television emanated, but I guess I always thought it was set in Texas or Arizona or Colorado or New Mexico, something like that. I'm sure there's a Wikipedia page about Sky King, which I'll be perusing when I get home today. I guess that brings up a more general topic. What TV shows have been based on, you know, have had aviation themes, I guess apart from military ones? This is American Eagle Flight 3777 and E145 on its way to Lawton, Oklahoma. I think we saw this one come in earlier, or we saw a Lawton flight come in earlier. But there was an ABC show, I'm talking about US of course, which focused on Pan Am for a bit. There is a show on HBO now called The Flight Attendant, which I believe has just started its second season. There was a sitcom about an airport, a small airport. I can't remember what it was called. I don't think I ever watched it. And now, another one of those proverbial lulls in the action. That's American Airlines Flight 1053. Looks to be headed over the bridge to the east side of the airport. And that one's going off to San Jose. Am I right about that? Yep. So it looks like the operations are have been moved over to the east side, at least temporarily, because I'm seeing a flight to Salt Lake City going out on the east side, which normally would take off over here. And of course that flight that we just saw to San Jose would ordinarily be coming out from the west side of DFW Airport, since it's headed to a western destination. We were talking about the Mountain Time Zone before. Luis de los Santos checks in with information about saying that only 2 out of the 254 Texas counties, can you name them all, are in the Mountain Time Zone, El Paso being one of those 2. So there's another interesting nugget of information you'll hear only on Runway DFW, thanks to our friends. Nancy B comes up with the name of Wings, which is the sitcom I was thinking of, and Roger Williams also has chimed in with that.
We're on 11 mile final for 17 center. This is American 2234.
We've got Patrick McGlone letting us know there was a show called Airwolf.
2234.
Twin Peaks, I don't think that had aircraft in it, or at least not as the primary focus of it. But was Airwolf the one that had the helicopter with what's his name? There was one kind of crime show on the maybe it was even the same producers as Adam 12, which had a kind of a helicopter as the star of the show. This is American Airlines Flight 2081. Where's it going, you might ask? Sacramento, California. So whatever pause in the action we may have had over here on the west side has now been rectified. And this plane's heading out to Sacramento. Just putting my thermometer in the shade so we get a more accurate reading of what the temperature is here. It's definitely getting warmer. That's what I'm thinking of. Roger Williams. Ernest Borgnine was on Airwolf. Thank you. Gebel the Rebel, the Jetsons. Okay, now that's that's going into the future. I was kind of thinking more like traditional contemporary aviation. Michelle R. is saying there's a movie called Catch Me If You Can. Where did she go? There you go, I think. Answering a question about a Leo DiCaprio movie. And Tom Hanks was in. Oh, Tom Hanks was in it? Yeah, Tom Hanks. And but that was a movie. We were talking about TV shows. M.R. Rice, Blue Thunder TV series. I recognize the name. I don't know that I'd ever seen that. Oh, Whirlybird and Ripcord also had aviation themes. I remember Whirlybird. Ripcord, I remember the name of it. I don't know if I ever watched it, but I do remember watching Whirlybird. I think M.R. Rice, we're dating ourselves here. These are some old shows. What I was going to do now is see if there's anything interesting coming in. So I'm checking the arrivals board here. Which I don't often get to do as we're doing a broadcast, but is a little... We've got Emirates coming in from Dubai, 777 at, supposed to come in at 9:50, but it's been delayed about a half hour. So maybe we'll hang out till that one comes in. And also, right around the same time, well actually, coming in very soon is Qatar Airways Flight 731, which is scheduled to arrive a little early. That's another 777. So I think we'll hang out for those two planes before we pack things up for the day. I have lost track of what we're watching here. I'll let you know in a minute. Another thing that happens when it heats up is you start to get that mirage look when you have to take pictures that are far away from your lens. And so I have a feeling that's going to be a big problem today. The temperature right now in the shade on my thermometer looks like it's up to 88, and it was I think 71 or 72 when we started, so it's definitely steaming up here at DFW. We've got American Airlines Flight 304. It's an A320 Airbus. Going to be taken off to Kansas City, Missouri on Runway DFW. And it's going to run and gun. Next up is American Flight 2048 to San Jose, California. 737-800. And I see on the radar the flight from Doha, Qatar Airways Flight 731 at 777. And we'll be taking a look at that after we watch this one take off on Runway DFW. Used up most of the runway. So, still a little bit out, but it's a big plane, so let's see if we can see it coming in. Again, from Doha in the Middle East, it's Flight 731 of Qatar Airways. Live on Runway DFW. I see we have some lively movie discussion and TV show discussion going on our chat page here at Runway DFW. And Qatar Airways Flight 731 is now taxiing over to the International Terminal D. I don't know what the official, real, actual pronunciation of Qatar is. Some people say guitar and some say gutter. Qatar sounds more exotic and less unpleasant than gutter. To my American ears, anyway. So we'll hang out for the Emirates flight to come in, another 777, and then I think we'll wrap things up unless we see something interesting happening. It's definitely heating up here. The Emirates flight's supposed to be here within about 15 or 20 minutes, according to the last I saw. We have American Airlines Flight 2593 on its way to Minneapolis-St. Paul. Right there, 737-800.
30 visual 17 center. 3237, contact departure, good day. 708. Center line 17 center, Delta 1330.
Well, we're coming up on 10 o'clock Central Time, and we're going to give you a station break here on your home for live activity at DFW International Airport. Runway DFW.
Live from Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport in Texas, this is Runway DFW, in color. Now, here is your host, Waltz Werko.
Okay, everyone, we're in the home stretch of this broadcast. It is Sunday, May 15th, Sunday, May 15th, 2022, and it's just right now at 10 o'clock Central Time. We've got a little quiet spell here, but we will use this opportunity to once again make an appeal to you to visit streamlabs.com/runwaydfw if you would like to see us continue our live broadcasting from here and from other airports in the Texas vicinity. I love doing this, but it does cost money. I always feel like this is like a PBS pledge drive at this point, but you can't write off this as a tax-free donation, I don't think. So anyway, if you've got a buck or two to spare, you'd like to buy us a cup of coffee or help us with our streaming expenses, there's the address to go to, streamlabs.com/runwaydfw. If you can make a one-time contribution, you can make it a monthly event, and if you do that, that helps us budget things a little better. So, streamlabs.com/runwaydfw. I don't like to belabor that, but helps us out. And thank you in advance for any crumbs you might throw our way. We appreciate it very much. Okay, we're up to 91 degrees now. Yikes. I am scanning the skies for the flight that will be coming in from Emirates. I see it now. It says it's about 20 minutes away. Still over Oklahoma, so we'll hang out for that. Our next incoming flight is going to be American Airlines Flight 1112 from sunny Phoenix, Arizona.
4036, contact departure, good day. Right, clear to land on 137.
And this is going to be an Airbus A321. Where'd it go? There it is.
Cross on 817 right at Echo Lima, and then contact right on 0.65, good day. That's all right, 0.65,
do you do when a plane is coming in and there's a bug crawling across your glasses? You say to yourself, I don't want to miss this shot. There's more than 100 people watching. But I don't want to get an eye full of bugs, so. Ah, the dilemmas of an airport photographer. I think we survived that one, though. Different by Design says, good morning, best wishes, Walt. Thank you. Best wishes back to you. Vince Las Vegas saying, morning, Walt and crew. Any upcoming new returning international carriers on tap for DFW this summer? We're supposed to get Iberia in here. I have it on my calendar, but I can't see my calendar right now. But yeah, Iberia is coming in from España. It's T Dutch Boy. Good morning from Fort Worth, not too far away from here. In the Metroplex. Good morning to you. Josh wants to know how hot it's going to be today in Dallas. Well, only one way to find out. Let me consult my weather app. So, here in Grapevine right now, it's partly cloudy, 79 degrees. The hourly temperature looks like it's going to climb up close to 100 in the late afternoon. It'll be 94 by 2 p.m., 97 by 5 o'clock, and by 9 o'clock p.m. it'll still be 89 degrees. So it's going to be a toasty afternoon and early evening here in the North Texas area. Kind of glad I elected to start early today. And how are we doing on our flight from the Middle East? Well, we've got another Sun Country plane coming in about, well, it's about 24 minutes from now. Coming from Minneapolis. I was looking for the flight from Dubai. That's 7 minutes away. So we're going to hang out for the Emirates flight from Dubai. It's a 777. It's an aircraft that's just 5 years old. It's finishing up a 15-hour plus flight from the Middle East. And I think that will be our sign-off for today. So anyway, I've answered the question about how hot it's going to be, Joshua. Thank you for that question. Breezy is answering the question from Micah Walquist, which we also answered earlier in the broadcast, that there's no 380s here at DFW today. July 1st is the day when British Airways is scheduled to launch its A380 service to DFW. Both Emirates and Qantas have previously flown 380s, and for those of you who don't know what that is, that's a super jumbo. That's the biggest jet, the double-decker jet that I know you've seen with 4 engines. Both Emirates and Qantas have flown it here in the past. Qantas most recently, but that service was suspended at the start of the pandemic. So, 380s will be returning to DFW on July 1st. And that's a flight. It's another flight I'm considering. I'd love to fly on one. But as somebody was discussing earlier, there's some talk of Lufthansa flying 747s here. If that was the case. I didn't want to interrupt this incoming flight from Denver, flight 1067 and A321. But yeah, if for some reason we got 747 intercontinental service thanks to Lufthansa, it would sure be worth considering flying one direction between Frankfurt and Dallas and DFW, and the other direction on A380 between London, coming back the other way. That'd be kind of like my dream trip. And maybe take some, utilize some rail between Germany and the UK. My wife, Mrs. Runway DFW, has, before we knew one another, she made a trip to that included traveling through the Channel, the Channel Tunnel. It almost seems too claustrophobic for me. But I guess I'd consider it. This is a Spirit Flight 1971 off to Phoenix, Arizona on an A320 on your stream for live action from DFW International Airport, Runway DFW. I'm moving my camera up and down, not to make you dizzy, but because my My tilt is a little sticky. I'm trying to unstick it. Okay, our Dubai flight is coming in about 2 minutes. It's on final approach.
Put in 991 with you on visual.
But do I see it in the sky? I do not.
991 Tower, good morning. Confirmation turbulence, turn shells and Airbus 319, runway 17 center, gonna land, window 170, what matter? Clear to land, 17 center, windows 991. Tower 600 Gulf Sierra is a Gulfstream left base, runway 13 left.
Well, it looks like we're going to get an American Airlines 737 coming in ahead of the flight from Dubai. This will be flight 1965. 737-800 coming in from, did I say? San Antonio, Texas.
54 Tower, good morning, RNS there, runway 17 right short and clear for takeoff. RNS there, clear for takeoff, 17 right, 2754.
Yeah, right after that we'll see the 777. In fact, I see it visually now. A little jaunty on that landing, yeah. Got a bit of a crowd now here at the airport for the arrival of Emirates Flight 221. Let's take a look. If I can find it. There it is. a flight of 15 hours and 26 minutes. Terminates here at DFW International Airport.
Runway 17 right at Kilo 8 and then contact ground on 465 today.
And I'd say we've had a pretty good morning here at DFW Airport. With 3 Queens and an MD-11 in action.
And then 1579 tag morning, runway 17 right short, and the one up the wake up across the midfield.
So I line up and wait
A couple of flights from Japan Airlines coming and going. And some fun times had by all. I hope so, anyway.
1579 RNAV C-Rack, runway 17 right short, and clear to take up.
So that will bring our 4-hour broadcast to a close.
EDC tag morning, runway 17 right short, come on board.
So happy you've been able to spend some time with us today here at Runway DFW. Yeah, I'm going to use this as our closing music today. My name is Walt Swerko. I've been with you for, 4 hours now from DFW Airport, where it's now heated up to 90 degrees from 71. So, yuck. But we'll be back later this week, probably one of the mornings of the week. So, subscribe to our channel, like our channel, and at Runway DFW. Don't forget, we have a platform where you can contribute to our organization at streamlabs.com/runwaydfw. And we hope to see you soon. Hey, and I forgot to mention, if you're still jonesing for some airport activity, why not head on over to Airline Videos Live, where they've got their Sunday marathon going with Kevin and Rudy. Great fun, great photography, great information. Airline Videos Live. Check it out, and we'll see you next time here on Runway DFW.